Welcome back to Chronicles of You. Tonight, we're going back, way back, to a time when getting clean meant soaking in communal water, scraping off grime with a curved blade, and maybe dodging a senator's flying sandal. You're in Rome, and not just Rome, but inside one of its grandest, steamiest, gossip-laced bathhouses. And today, something's off. You can smell it. Well, not smell it. Because the soap, or rather the sacred olive oil that was your soap, has mysteriously vanished. That's right. You're about to survive, or not survive, the day a Roman bathhouse lost its most precious commodity. Take a moment now. If these bedtime stories soothe you, if they help you find your way to sleep, leave a like and subscribe to stay close by. It tells me this kind of quiet time travel is something you want more of. Tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. I'm always curious to know how far these sleepy journeys reach. And now, let the outside world dissolve, like oil in warm water. Adjust your pillows, draw the covers a little higher, and maybe let a soft breeze hum in the background if that helps you drift. Let's step gently into this other life together, where the tiles are warm, the soap is missing, and the story is just beginning. You trudge through the heavy wooden doors of the thermae, eyes squinting as steam hits your face like a wet toga. The caldarium, the hottest chamber of the public baths, is already packed with shiny, half-reclined bodies glistening under a haze of perspiration. Someone's humming. Someone else is arguing about barley taxes. It's 11:43 a.m., and Rome, in all its marble-clad glory, is sweating. As an assistant balneator, a sort of junior bathhouse lackey, it's your job to keep the patrons scrubbed, scraped, oiled, and generally undeceased. You carry a leather satchel full of strigils, curved metal scrapers, and an attitude best described as tolerantly damp. Today, however, you're damp with dread, because somehow the olive oil has gone missing. It's not soap, like people in the 21st century know soap. Romans aren't big on bubbles. They slather themselves in olive oil, let it soak into the skin and the filth, and then scrape it all off with a strigil. It works shockingly well. Normally jars of the stuff would be lined neatly near the entrance, infused with lavender, crushed bay leaf, or sometimes something vaguely described as forest boar. But this morning, nothing. Just empty amphorae, their necks tilted like confused geese, and a half-smashed label with one lone word: furto, stolen. You don't panic. You do what any good Roman would: blame the Greeks. But your boss, an ex-legionary named Plinius with one working ear and a sense of smell honed in Gaul, grabs you by the wrist and snarls, "Fix it, or I'll have you working latrine duty till Saturnalia." The heat is rising, both metaphorically and literally. The hypocaust system, the underfloor furnace, churns beneath your feet, sending up waves of dry heat through hollow bricks. You know if the furnace slaves downstairs feel this uptight vibe, the whole system might get cranky. They've been known to tamper with the heat when annoyed. And there's talk that one of them's been smuggling scrolls of revolutionary poetry in through the coal chutes. You weave between bodies, nodding politely at an elderly patrician who's exfoliating himself with a pine cone. "No oil?" he asks suspiciously. "Feels like Carthage all over again." You laugh weakly. Somewhere in the corner, a boy drops a bronze strigil and it clangs like a tiny sword. A chorus of shushing follows. You think you hear the phrase, "May Jupiter soap their soul," muttered behind a towel. To buy time, You distribute tiny handfuls of leftover sandalwood-scented oil, meant for VIP use only. By VIP, they meant senators, military officers, and that one guy who insists he dated a Vestal virgin. You hand him a drop. He frowns. Is this diluted? No, sir. It's concentrated. From Armenia. He nods, impressed. You silently thank the gods of improvisation and pure, uncut nonsense. As noon strikes, things only get sweatier. Someone cracks a joke about how this must be punishment for all the vomitoriums. Another patron swears he saw a goat in the storage hallway. That's worrying. Not because of the goat, it's Rome. Goats happen. But because the storage hallway is where the soap jars were last seen. You duck behind a half-peeled mosaic and find the floor slightly sticky. Not olive oil sticky, something cheesier. A suspicious trail leads toward the apoditerium, the dressing room. You sniff. Definitely not lavender. More like sheep. Historians still argue whether Romans kept cheese and oil in the same storerooms, or if this was simply a case of ancient-day oops all goat products. What's not debated, soap or oil, was a sign of civility. Losing it? That's borderline treason. Suddenly, the building creaks. The hypocaust belches smoke through a floor vent. A slave boy runs by, screaming, "There's a senator stuck in the tepidarium doorway." You sigh. It's going to be one of those days. Still, you have a job to do. You refill the tiny bowls with whatever scented remnants you can scrape from jars, and hope nobody notices the slight vinegar undertone. Meanwhile, Plinius growls about retrieving backup oil from a trader on the Aventine, one who may or may not be involved in an underground soap smuggling ring. In the meantime, the patrons continue their business, gossiping, sweating, posturing like oily statues of Mars. And somewhere beneath their feet, in the smoky bowels of the hypocaust, rebellion brews, fueled by heat, soot, and a very greasy grudge. You wipe your hands on your tunic, slick with improvised rosemary oil, and brace yourself. The soap is gone. And so far, you're the only one who seems to care. You know that feeling when something's gone missing, but everyone pretends like it isn't. That's exactly what the Roman elite are doing right now. The soap, well, the oil, is gone. But no one wants to be the first to panic, because that would be uncivilized. So instead, the bathhouse continues to hum with half-naked denial. You, however, do not have that luxury. Plinius corners you with his one good eye twitching. "We're out of oil." Again, he hisses. "Did you drink it?" You stare at him blankly, only ceremonially. He doesn't laugh. He never does. In truth, this isn't the first time supplies have mysteriously vanished. Just last month, a crate of pumice stones was rerouted to a theatre production of Odysseus, the musical. And last week, someone used the foot-washing basin to poach eels. Still, losing the oil twice in 1 month. That's practically grounds for a Senate hearing. You hustle past a line of bathers waiting for their strigil rubbed down. One old man with eyebrows like grapevines growls, "Back in my day, oil was poured by virgins, not freeloaders." You nod respectfully and pretend you didn't just see him slip someone a silver coin under his towel. You duck behind a curtain to check the auxiliary storeroom, just in case. Inside, you find 3 amphorae, one filled with expired garum fish sauce, one stuffed with figs, and one ominously empty. There's also a wax tablet with the word "redacted" scratched into it, and a half-bitten fig balanced on top, like a mocking garnish. The fig is warm. Someone's been here recently. You glance over your shoulder, then crouch beside the amphorae. The floor bears faint heel prints, probably patrician. No self-respecting labourer would risk sandals in this heat. That narrows your suspect pool to about 80 rich people, half of whom are probably drunk on watered-down wine by now. And then, like divine punishment, it happens. "Where's my olive rub?" bellows a voice from the caldarium. A hush falls. Even the steam seems to pause. It's Domitius Crassipes, minor senator, major drama queen. He stomps out from the mist, towel flapping, arms glistening, a vein bulging in his temple like a popped grape. You scurry forward, hands raised. "Sir, we're between shipments. Between. He eyes you as if you personally insulted Jupiter's beard. "I came here to unwind after a grueling 5-minute debate about tax reform, and you're telling me there's no oil?" "It was here this morning," you say, knowing full well that doesn't help. A ripple of murmurs spreads. You catch phrases like poor management, barbaric, and is this Carthage? Again. Someone gasps. Someone else begins fanning themselves with a cedarwood brush. And then, because it's that kind of day, a gust of air from the hypercaust below pushes open a curtain, revealing the main oil amphora, completely bone dry, tipped ever so slightly. At the bottom, stuck in the corner, is a lone olive pit. You look at it. Everyone looks at it. Someone ate the soap. Historians still argue whether some poorer Romans used lower-grade oil for both hygiene and cooking, or whether this was just an ambitious bather who confused hygiene with hors d'oeuvres. Either way, the damage is done. "You know," mutters an old man in the back, "there was a love potion recipe going around." "Don't be ridiculous," someone else snaps. "Oil doesn't seduce people." "But what if it was infused?" asks another, wide-eyed. "Like with saffron or goat pheromones." You sigh deeply. Soap has officially entered myth. And now comes the gossip. Word spreads faster than bathwater downhill. Crassipes is demanding a full investigation. A poet in the corner starts drafting a scandalous epic titled The Lather Heist. Plinius mutters something about bribing the augurs for divine guidance. And you? You're just trying not to be reassigned to deodorant sponge duty. You retreat to the side chamber, where the strigil rack leans askew. You run your finger along the metal blades, curved like half moons, still warm from the morning's rubdowns. The tools of your humble trade. No bubbles, no luxury soaps, just elbow grease and olive oil. The irony is, Romans had soap. They just didn't like it. That weird animal fat and ash combo. Too barbarian, too Gallic, not nearly greasy enough for civilized folks. Instead, Romans preferred oil, scented, warm, lavish oil, scraped gently from the skin, collected in shallow bowls, and, rumor has it, sometimes reused. Don't think too hard about that part. Suddenly, a new theory bursts forth from the frigidarium. Someone's been hoarding oil in their locker, which would be funny if the apoditarium weren't a den of paranoia and half-eaten plums. You hurry there, past clusters of worried patrons dabbing sweat with towels and trying not to look desperate. Inside the dressing room, a crowd's already gathered around locker 13. The crowd parts, and there stands a thin, freckled man with an apologetic smile and an amphora tucked under his arm. "I just needed it for a dinner party," he stammers. "My cousin's engagement. The fish." "You cooked with it," cries someone, visibly pale. "Only a bit, and I did wash beforehand." A moment of silence passes. Then someone claps, and a second later, laughter erupts. Too loud, too manic. The sound of people collectively deciding to ignore how absurd things have gotten. You laugh too, mostly because if you don't, you might start throwing strigils. And as the crowd disperses, muttering about hygiene crimes and ancient culinary missteps, you begin to suspect something deeper is going on here. Soap, or oil, is missing. Yes, but something else is off today. The temperature, the steam pressure, the way the hypocaust fires keep fluctuating. You've worked here long enough to know the building breathes like a living thing, and right now it's twitching. Something below is stirring. You descend the stone steps into the underbelly of the bathhouse, sandals slipping slightly on the condensation slick floor. Down here, the flicker of torchlight paints the walls with dancing shadows, and the heat from the hypocaust system wraps around your ankles like a sleepy cat. It smells of old charcoal, damp limestone, and something else. Something herbal. You pause. Is that bay leaf? Technically, you're not supposed to be down here, but technically, you're not supposed to let an entire amphora of olive oil vanish without a trace either, so here we are. You duck under a low archway that opens into the firekeeper's corridor. Along the narrow passage, soot stains crawl upward like ivy. You pass stacked baskets of kindling, a rusted wheelbarrow half filled with ash, and a jar labeled "Do Not Touch" contains bees. You don't question it, and then you see it. A fresh smear of oil on the floor. It glistens faintly, a thin streak stretching toward a maintenance tunnel. You crouch to inspect it. Definitely olive, not sesame. Mixed with lavender. Either someone's been experimenting with new scents, or you've stumbled upon the lair of the world's most hygienic arsonist. You follow the trail. The passage grows tighter, forcing you to duck. Somewhere above, bathers are stomping around in the tepidarium, unaware that beneath their feet lies a mystery coated in artisanal skin moisturizer. Suddenly, a clang rings out ahead. You freeze. A rat? A thief? A centurion ghost, covered in exfoliant and eternal shame. Number. It's a boy. Probably no older than 10, with sun-bleached hair, bare feet, and a tunic that's mostly holes. He's crouched beside a makeshift clay stove, cooking what looks like olives in a tiny pot over a coal fire. You clear your throat. He leaps up, nearly knocking the pot over, and backs into the wall. I didn't steal anything. You arch an eyebrow. That your oil trail back there? Maybe. Cooking? You ask. He nods, sheepish, trying to make it fancy. For my sister. She's sick. Your heart does that irritating thing where it forgets to stay grumpy. You sigh. Where'd you get the oil? He shrugs. The amphora was left open. I only took a little. Everyone was busy arguing about poetry. You rub your temples. Typical. While a minor soap panic has turned into a full-scale hygiene scandal upstairs, this kid's been living out his own Top Chef, Roman edition down here. Still, you're not entirely mad. There's an old Roman saying, frugality begets virtue. Of course, that was mostly written by rich men hoarding coin under their couches, but still. You can't stay down here, you mutter, squatting beside him. You'll get caught, or roasted. But I like the quiet. You glance around. Fair point. It is rather peaceful. A little infernal, sure, but peaceful. Tell you what, you say. I'll let this slide if you help me find the rest of the oil. His eyes brighten. Deal. So now you have a sidekick. You learn his name is Faustus. He's not technically employed here, more like a shadow that keeps reappearing whenever you drop a fig. He knows the bathhouse better than most senators know their own children. Faustus leads you through a series of side passages, past the coal piles, through an old kitchen, even behind a disused vomitorium. Historians still argue whether these were for actual vomiting or just theatre exits. Eventually, you find a series of dusty jugs tucked into a small alcove, all sealed, all heavy, all suspiciously warm. You uncap one. Oil. Not just any oil. Scented oil, with flecks of gold leaf swirling inside. Where did these come from, you ask? Faustus grins. Merchants, they've been sneaking goods in through the aqueduct access tunnels. Smugglers, you hiss. Businessmen, he corrects, with options. This could explain everything. If someone in the bathhouse staff, or even a high-ranking patron, got wind of this secret supply, maybe they decided to reroute official oil shipments and pocket the difference, sell it back on the black market. Or worse, offer exclusive rub-downs with the luxury oil for a premium price. You sigh. This is going to become a Senate inquiry, isn't it? Faustus shrugs. Only if Chrysippus finds out. And he will. Sooner or later, that man sniffs out scandal like a bloodhound with a degree in political science. As you lug one of the jugs back toward the main chambers, Faustus scurries beside you, narrating a long tale about a merchant who once tried to dye oil blue and claim it came from Neptune's personal bath. You half listen, half plot your next move, because you're going to need a scapegoat, and maybe a few bribes, and definitely a new amphora with a lock. But before any of that, you need to face the crowd. The return to the surface is less triumphant than you imagined. Most patrons are lounging like exhausted statues, mumbling about cancelled massages and unscraped elbows. Someone is crying softly. Someone else is trying to use a strigil as a flute. You stand at the center of the atrium, holding the jug high. "I found some," you announce. The crowd perks up. "Where?" demands Chrysippus, bounding forward like an angry exfoliated deer. "In a secondary storage alcove." He narrows his eyes. "Convenient." You shrug. So is being rich and never tipping. That earns a few snorts of laughter. You pour a thin line of oil onto a demonstration strigil and begin a theatrical rub-down on the nearest volunteer, a merchant's wife with terrifying eyebrows. She moans contentedly. The scent, honey, bay leaf, and a whisper of rosemary, wafts through the hall. Everyone visibly relaxes. Chrysippus crosses his arms but accepts a towel. The bathhouse exhales. Just like that, normalcy returns. More or less. But you're not done yet, because as you pass Faustus a fig-in thanks and glance back toward the Hippocaust entrance, you realize something. The oil scandal was a symptom. Something deeper is bubbling beneath this bathhouse, and you're the only one willing to get sweaty enough to find it. You awaken the next morning to the sound of pigeons arguing on your windowsill and a faint ache in your lower back. A souvenir from hauling amphorae all evening. The Roman sun has barely lifted over the terracotta rooftops, and the city is already a low, humming beast, stretching its limbs and preparing for another day of mild corruption and public bathing. You dress in haste. Today, you have questions, because one jug of missing oil is carelessness. A stash of luxury-grade scented oil hidden in a back alcove with smugglers possibly involved. That's a racket. And if the bathhouse is Dublin as a boutique spa for the elite, with a side of embezzlement, then it's only a matter of time before someone sticks the blame to you like wet laundry to a tunic. You stride through the marketplace, dodging a man selling suspiciously twitchy eels and a woman shouting about discounted amulets guaranteed to ward off hangovers. Your destination? The forum's record keepers, dull men with ink-stained fingers and the uncanny ability to remember every tax ever paid in the last decade. You flash your Bathhouse badge. It's not technically a real badge, more of a wax tablet with a faint laurel wreath scrawled in the corner. But the scribes accept it. Just. You're led to a scriptorium that smells like old papyrus and resignation. I'm looking for import manifests, you tell the clerk. Oil shipments, specifically to the Kalian Hill district. He squints at you. You know this is normally a 2-week process. I can offer figs and a scandal. That gets his attention. 15 scrolls later, you uncover something odd. The records show regular olive oil deliveries to the Bathhouse. Nothing strange there. But last month, the quantity spiked, tripled, then abruptly dropped again. No official explanation, no receipt of overflow. Just a polite note from a Centurion inspector saying, "Resolved internally." You tap the name. "Who's this?" The clerk shrugs. "Retired now, moved to Ostia." Convenient. You thank him, leave a fig, and step back into the heat. The Bathhouse looms in the distance, its domes glowing like sunburnt skulls. You have a hunch, and in Rome, hunches are either the beginning of fortune or stabbing. You swing by Faustus's alley, where he's asleep on a blanket made of old tunics and optimism. You rouse him with a bread crust. "We're going on a field trip," you whisper. To where? To find someone who used to guard this bathhouse and may or may not have laundered oil. But what if he's dangerous? You smile. Then he'll underestimate us. Getting to Ostia requires a hired cart, 3 bribes, and a promise not to discuss a senator's wig. By mid-morning, you're rattling past the countryside, where fields roll like patchwork, and farmers shout at cows with more dignity than some emperors. You reach Ostia by noon. It's quieter than Rome, more breeze, less brawling. You ask around discreetly. Turns out the Centurion, Gaius Cotta, runs a public sauna now. Of course he does. You find him leaning against a steam vent, wearing a tunic that says, "Breathe deep, sweat Roman." His hair is more salt than pepper, and he has the general air of someone who once wrestled a tax collector into a fish barrel for fun. "Bathhouse rep," you say, holding up your not-quite badge. "We need a word." He doesn't flinch, just nods toward a bench. "About the oil." You blink. So you know. He chuckles. "You think I didn't notice shipments vanishing? People smell different when they're using stolen goods. Fancier. Like they think they deserve gold leaf between their toes." "Who was rerouting it?" Cotta leans back. "It wasn't me. I found out late. One of your upper staff. Guy with a crooked nose and a thing for perfumed soap." "Secundus," you mutter. "Of course. He made a deal. A merchant brought in a special blend, claimed it was imported from Cyrene. The rich patrons got hooked, so Secundus started misplacing the official stock to create demand. Then he sold the smuggled stuff back to the Bathhouse. Triple markup. Did the magistrates know?" Cotta shrugs. "They got free oil, so maybe." You sigh. It's always someone's cousin, isn't it? "What happened when you tried to stop it?" "I didn't. I retired. Too old to argue with grease-covered senators. Figured someone younger would catch it." You scowl. "Well, congratulations. It's me." He pats your shoulder, which is surprisingly comforting for a man who probably once used a strigil as a weapon. "You'll do fine," he says. "Just don't trust anyone who smells too expensive." You leave Ostia with more clarity than you expected, and a headache blooming like a summer storm. Secundus, you'll have to confront him, but not yet. Not until you've gathered more proof, and maybe a bucket of eucalyptus oil, for diplomacy. On the ride back, Faustus recounts the story of the merchant who sold fake frankincense made of crushed oysters and donkey breath. You try not to gag. Back in Rome, the bathhouse is bustling again. Patrons splash in the frigidarium. Music drifts from the courtyard. For now, all is calm. But beneath the calm, scandal brews. And you've just taken your first step towards stopping it, or being buried in it. As you re-enter the staff quarters, Secundus walks past you with a smug nod and a whiff of something distinctly imperial. You smile sweetly. You've got his scent. Secundus has a nose you could hang a toga from, an ego bigger than a Roman circus, and, apparently, a secret oil racket so slippery it nearly went unnoticed by everyone except a retired sauna manager and a bathhouse grunt with too much curiosity. That's you, by the way. You trail him through the caldarium, watching how the steam parts around him like he's something sacred. He chuckles too loudly at a wealthy patron's joke and pinches a bath attendant's cheek in that patronizing, I own this joint way that makes your eye twitch. The man's tunic is embroidered. Embroidered. No honest bathhouse supervisor makes enough denarii for personalized thread work. You keep your distance, ducking behind a pillar that smells faintly of warm limestone and forgotten secrets. Just close enough to eavesdrop, far enough to pretend you're considering a fresh coat of wax for the mosaics. A convenient place for surveillance, and for casually leaning in when his conversation turns interesting. Only 4 jars this time, Secundus says to the tall, thin man beside him. Definitely not on the official staff list. Tell your shipmaster it's enough. We can't have another shortage. You raise an eyebrow. 4 jars of what? You'd bet your last fig cake it isn't bath salt. The thin man nods, gives a conspiratorial sniff, and disappears toward the servants' exit. You slip into the bathhouse apoditerium. Technically, you're on break, and perch near the lockers. A woman in a green stola is trying to fold her sandals into a towel. A boy hums while oiling his elbows. The scent of lavender mingles with something sharper. Unusual, not your regular communal blend. You sniff. Again. Frankincense and citrus. That's new. You think back. The oil that went missing, imported from Cyrene. North African trade routes are full of exotic extras, but bathhouses don't usually smell like spice markets unless someone's trying to impress. You pocket the thought, and a cinnamon stick someone dropped. It might come in handy, or snacky. At dusk, you corner Julia, one of the bathhouse cleaners. She knows everything. Cleaners always do. Secundus, you whisper. What's his deal lately? Julia shrugs, wringing out a rag. Flashy. Thinks he's Hadrian. He got a delivery last week. Told me to leave it in the boiler room. Crates stamped with amphora seals, but too light. Smelled like lemons and lies. Did you peek? Julia winks. Didn't need to. One tipped. Inside. Olive oil, but gold tinted. Not from around here. I've cleaned enough spillage to know local from luxury. You nod. That confirms it. Imported specialty oils, siphoned into daily use, sold back at a premium. It's time to confront Secundus, but not yet with fists or public accusations. No, you're going to set a trap. And what better place than the triclinium? You borrow a kitchen corner and convince the cook, an elderly man who mostly curses at spoons, to help you whip up a staff feast. You promise him extra soap tokens. He promises not to poison anything. A fair deal. That evening, you invite the full team. Free food. They come running. Even Secundus, though he looks vaguely suspicious as he steps into the oil lamp glow, blinking like a man unused to generosity. "Why the sudden celebration?" he asks, smoothing his embroidered tunic. "Oh, you say with a casual shrug. Just grateful. It's been a chaotic few weeks. Stolen oil, shady shipments, retired centurions who talk a lot. Makes a person appreciate what's left." He stiffens, just slightly. Enough to notice. The conversation flows like warm water. You drop subtle mentions, Cyrene, the import records, the retired inspector, and watch his jaw tighten like a tied scroll. By the time dessert arrives, honey figs with almond paste, he's sweating more than the Caldarian walls. You smile and stand. "Actually, Secundus, would you mind helping me in the storeroom? There's a spill." He hesitates. Everyone watches. He can't say no. You walk together in silence, through corridors lit by flickering oil. You pass a statue of Neptune who seems to smirk. In the storeroom, you swing the door open with theatrical flair. Inside, 3 amphorae, their seals broken, one slightly leaking a liquid that smells like a herbalist's dream. You lift the jar's lid. The oil glistens, too golden, too perfumed. Secundus doesn't speak. You let the silence stretch, like dough before baking. "Not bathhouse issue," you say gently. "Not legal either, I'd wager." He tries a bluff. "It was a gift." "Then why hide it?" He glares. "What do you want?" Answers, and your cooperation, before someone higher up makes this worse for both of us. He snorts. "You think they care? Magistrates bathe in lies." You shrug. "They might care if they can't bathe at all." He sighs, deflating like a punctured wineskin. "Fine, I'll stop the deal. Burn the remaining stock. You want a report for the prefect? I'll draft it." "No need," you say. "Just clean it up. Make it right." As he nods stiffly and begins resealing the jars, you step out. Mission, moderately successful, but something doesn't sit right. Secundus folded too fast, too easily. And that thin man from earlier, he wasn't just a delivery boy. You feel it in your bones. This isn't over. Rome rarely gives up its secrets in one act, and neither will you. The next morning, you're elbow deep in a vat of rose-scented pumice scrub, helping clear out the frigidarium fountain filter. Glamorous work, truly, when you hear it again. That voice. The tall, thin man with the citrus cargo. You freeze, half a handful of crushed petals dripping from your fingers, and edge toward the archway leading to the atrium. He's there, talking to someone in a low voice. A merchant, judging by the saffron dye on his tunic and the camel leather satchel by his feet. You duck behind a marble bust of Emperor Tiberius, who scowls like he disapproves of eavesdropping. "Sorry, Tiberius." "Oh, prefect's shipment comes through Ostia," the merchant is saying. "Discreet, you'll get your cut." The tall man shakes his head. "Secundus is soft. We need someone with spine." Your brows lift. So Secundus wasn't the mastermind, just a soggy cog in a much larger, oilier machine. The lemony soap scandal is layered like a lasagna. Expensive, messy, and more political than it needs to be. You decide you need reinforcements. By midday, you find Caius, the recently retired centurion, snoozing near the hypercaust vents, one hand wrapped around a jug of watered wine, the other suspiciously close to his old inspection scrolls. "Wake up, old soldier," you whisper, nudging his foot with your sandal. "You still want justice?" He blinks one eye open. "Do I look like someone who's abandoned his post?" "Frankly, yes. Fair. Still, he sits up, cracks his knuckles, and listens as you lay it out. Secundus is being puppeted. Exotic oil theft is a side hustle for a larger network, and someone might be laundering funds through the prefect's own Bath account. Caius grins. Now that's the Rome I know, corrupt and moisturized. You ask for his help tracking the supply trail. He agrees, partly out of boredom, partly out of that old loyalty to order. He may be retired, but he still believes in clean floors and cleaner ledgers. Where do we start? He asks. The docks at Ostia. That's where the merchant said the shipments come through. You pull on your sandals, pack a few figs, and borrow a mule cart. By dusk, you're rattling down the Via Ostiensis, the city fading behind you in a haze of amber light and olive groves. The mule farts. It's going to be a glamorous night. Ostia is loud, always. Dockhands bellowing, amphorae crashing, fishmongers singing songs that are at least 2 verses too long. You dodge a flying eel, step over a sleeping goat, and find the tradelog's office tucked behind a fish-salting warehouse. Inside, a man with more scrolls than friends greets you with the enthusiasm of boiled cabbage. What's this about? He mutters, not looking up. Import discrepancies, you say, sliding over the token Caius gave you, an old inspector's medallion. Oil jars labelled for public use, but going missing, or arriving overweight, or under. He squints at the medallion, then at you. You don't look official. You don't look cheerful. And yet here we are. He sighs and shuffles through the stacks. Eventually, he pulls a scroll labelled Balneum Domus Publicae, Seasonum. It lists oil imports by date, weight, source. You spot it immediately. 3 weeks ago, a shipment from Cyrene marked public bath use, 14 amphorae, but your bathhouse only received 8. Who signed for this? Caius asks. The man runs a finger down the margin. Gaius Flavius Varro. You and Caius exchange a look. Not Secundus, not the merchant, a middleman. You scribble the name on your arm with charcoal. The clerk, now faintly interested, adds, He has an office above the grain storehouse. Smells like barley and fraud. You don't waste time. Upstairs, the door to Varro's office is slightly ajar. You peek in, scrolls everywhere. A bust of Minerva with a crooked nose. A wooden shelf labelled Official Use, Do Not Touch, where someone has definitely been touching. There's even a jar of oil, still sealed, labelled in Greek. You enter. Caius stays outside as lookout, muttering military rhymes to keep time. On the desk, invoices, letters. One addressed to a D. Silanus, overseer of market quality, requesting approval for resale of surplus oils deemed non-essential. You blink. They're classifying bathhouse oil as non-essential and flipping it on the black market, probably with bureaucratic blessing. You pocket the letter, then pause. Something doesn't fit. The dates, the locations, the volumes. They don't match usage patterns at all. No way are even the sweatiest Romans using this much soap. Unless they're not using it. They're smuggling something inside it. You unseal the jar. Slowly. Inside, not olive oil. A paste. Thick. Pungent. Medicinal? You dip a finger. Sniff. Not perfume. You taste a tiny bit. Probably stupid. Definitely not soap. You good? Caius calls from the hallway. You don't answer right away, because you're remembering a whisper from Julia weeks ago. Smelled like lemons and lies. This wasn't about missing soap. This was a cover. Someone's moving restricted medicines, ointments banned from open market, through bathhouse supply chains. And the lemon scent, just a distraction. You seal the jar again, heart thudding now. Adrenaline sneaking past your sleep-deprived logic. Because if that's true, then this is bigger than Secundus, bigger than Varro. It might touch the Senate itself. You step outside into the barley-scented breeze and look at Caius. He knows that look. We're not in the bathhouse anymore, are we? You shake your head. No, you say. We're neck-deep in Roman politics. And the soap scandal? It's officially gone imperial. You ride back to Rome in silence, the mule blissfully unaware it's carting potential evidence of a Senate-level smuggling ring. Caius naps with his mouth open, which gives you time to think. Dangerous, you know. So let's tally what you have. A supply chain laundering medicinal paste through fake soap shipments. A bathhouse manager who may or may not know what's really in the jars. A suspicious merchant who definitely knows more than he lets on. And a mid-level bureaucrat, Varro, who's writing letters with just enough plausible deniability to dodge a dagger in court. You, meanwhile, are a glorified towel folder with a heroic sense of hygiene and exactly zero political connections. What could go wrong? Back in the city, dawn stretches over Rome like a lazy cat. You bypass the bathhouse. It's too early, and frankly, you're not ready to see Secundus's sweaty face, and head instead to an address you swiped from Varro's documents. D. Silanus, market overseer. The guy who okayed the resale of the non-essential oils. His office is above the Forum Market, a place that smells of apples, grilled onions, and faint corruption. You sneak in. You're getting good at this. The clerk at the front desk, possibly paid in figs, waves you through without looking up. Silanus's office door creaks. Inside, order. Scrolls aligned like soldiers. A small statue of Mercury, one quill, ink pot, everything too neat. And there, on the desk, your smoking amphora. Same lemon oil, same Greek label, but this one has a new stamp, MS, and a laurel leaf. You frown. That's not a bathhouse stamp. You tug a scroll from the rack behind his desk. It lists approved goods for export to Hispania. Right there, middle of the page. Cleansing oils and therapeutic creams, approved by MS. Historians still argue whether MS stood for Marcus Silanus or a whole committee, but one thing is clear. This operation isn't about soaps anymore. It's about funneling restricted substances into overseas markets under the guise of public hygiene products. Which means the bathhouses were just the start. You return to your post later that morning, like nothing happened. Julia is mopping the atrium. Secundus is yelling at someone about a missing loofah. And someone's child is eating olives in the caldarium like it's a snack bar. Back to normal, except not. You gather your cleaning team, Julia, Nonius, that one quiet guy who always hums funeral songs while scrubbing. I need your help, you say. We're going undercover. Julia raises an eyebrow. You mean in the bathhouse? No, you grin. At the theatre. Because where do Rome's wealthy go to brag about their latest illegal imports? The public baths, sure, but also public spectacle. Especially plays sponsored by shady guilds, trying to cozy up to senators. That night, you and your ragtag team don second-hand togas, bribe the gatekeeper with plum cake, and slide into the wooden bleachers of the theatre of Marcellus. The play is something forgettable about Neptune falling in love with a sponge. But you're not here for the plot. You're here for the people. And soon enough, there he is. The merchant from the bathhouse, not buying citrus this time. Selling something in a tiny scroll case to a man whose cloak has the same laurel MS mark stitched into its hem. They shake hands, and just like that, it clicks. This is bigger than bath oils, or even medicinal pastes. This is a full-blown shadow economy, and the bathhouse is just one sluice in a very large sewer. You return to Caius, your mind buzzing. Still think this is about soap? You ask. He grunts. Everything in Rome is about soap, or poison. You laugh, but you're also slightly terrified he might be right. The next morning, you confront Secundus. He's hunched over a shipment manifest, scribbling like he's fighting a scroll to the death. You toss the fake amphora label on his desk. He doesn't look up. I didn't ask questions, he mutters. It paid the taxes. Secundus, you say gently. They're using our bathhouse to ship medicine banned from the market, and probably other things too. He sighs, leans back, rubs his temples. I thought it was just scented oil, maybe a few extra denarii on the side. You glance at his sandals, expensive, imported, snake-patterned. So what now? He asks, not meeting your eyes. Now, you say, you come clean. There's a beat, a tense one. Then, miracle of miracles. He nods. You organize a formal complaint, backed by Caius's credentials and Varro's letter. You even toss in the scroll from Silanus's office, anonymously of course. Within a week, a small army of bureaucrats descends on the forum like moths to scandal. There are scroll audits, amphora seizures, very serious men with wax tablets asking very pointed questions. Varro disappears. Silanus retires for health reasons. Secundus, demoted to towel inventory, which, let's be honest, is what he deserves. And you're promoted, head attendant, with a raise, a fresh pair of sandals, and a new soap supplier. Julia makes you a celebratory sponge cake shaped like an amphora. Caius salutes you from across the atrium. You almost feel heroic. But then, of course, a messenger arrives. There's a new shipment, late from Alexandria. The jars smell like nutmeg, and you just know something's wrong with them already, because in Rome, even clean smells carry dirty secrets. Back to the storeroom. The amphorae from Alexandria arrive at dawn, clinking faintly in their crates like ceramic conspirators. You run a finger along one label, Lux Oleum, Imperial Grade. It smells like nutmeg, sure, but also something deeper. Camphor, maybe cardamom. There's a medicinal sharpness beneath the sweet. Julia leans in to sniff, then recoils. That's not just nutmeg, she murmurs. That's something monks use to numb toothaches. You pause. Clove oil. She nods. My uncle chewed it when he got punched by a priest. You don't ask. Inside the amphora, the liquid is cloudy, thicker than usual. You scoop a bit onto a linen cloth. It stings your eyes and your nose like angry perfume. A test patch on your wrist tingles, and then numbs. You're no apothecary, but you're starting to suspect this is less about imperial freshness and more about black market anesthesia. And the kicker, the supplier name is completely new. House of Sabina, Eastern Imports. You've never heard of them. You take one amphora to Caius. He meets you in the alley behind the bathhouse, chewing on a fig like it's his last meal. This, you say, handing him the jar, came from Alexandria. He uncorks it, sniffs, and blinks. You trying to get me high? It's in the bath oils, you explain. Again, new supplier, no records. Caius wipes his hands on his tunic and sighs. You ever think about just quitting, becoming a fishmonger? Smells less complicated. You don't answer. Instead, you look down the alley, where steam curls from the bathhouse vents. The city hums like a hive, unaware it's soaking in a stew of petty crimes and pungent clove oil. Can you trace it? You ask. Caius snorts. I can try. But Alexandria's records make Roman tax law look like children's poetry. Still, he takes the sample. And you? You head to the forum. There's a stall there. Sabina's Eastern Curiosities. You remember it now. Mostly trinkets, dyed silks, a few dubious health tonics. You've seen the woman behind the counter a few times. Middle-aged, sharp-eyed, often wears a scarf even when it's hot. She sees you coming and frowns. You here for the foot balm or the cough beads? I'm here about your oils, you say calmly. From Alexandria. She blinks once, just once, but it's enough. No idea what you mean. You gesture casually to the amphora logo, identical to her stall sign. The same laurel leaf, the same ink. Bad coincidence. She looks at you, calculating. I sell scents, not secrets. That's too bad, you reply, because secrets are starting to smell like nutmeg. She doesn't laugh, but she doesn't bolt either. Instead, she leans in. You work the Kalian baths, yes? Tell your boss I said hello. I'm the boss, you reply, deadpan. She squints at you like you just claimed to be Jupiter himself. Fine, she says. Come back tomorrow, bring a bribe. That night, you think about what you've stumbled into. Rome's hygiene empire isn't just about sweat and sandals. It's a moving, scent-soaked machine, with every jug of rosewater or jar of body paste potentially hiding something profitable, illegal, or deeply confusing. Historians still debate whether bathhouses knowingly facilitated this trade or simply floated on top of it like olive oil in soup. Either way, you're starting to think this industry isn't just about cleanliness. It's about plausible deniability. Next morning, you return to Sabina's stall. You bring figs. She seems pleased. In the back room, behind curtains that smell like old basil, she lays it out. I'm a middle agent, she explains. I buy excess oils, mix them, repackage them. Sometimes for healing, sometimes for, well, sleep. You raise an eyebrow. Sleep? Insomnia's a plague, she shrugs. Especially among senators, they'll pay anything to drift off. Add some cloves, some nutmeg, a whisper of valerian. Voila. Liquid dreams. Except now it's in the bathhouse oils. She nods. Because it sells better if it's revitalizing. You pause. Are you drugging Rome's noblemen in their own bath water? She smiles faintly. Just helping them nap. You laugh, softly, sleepily, because honestly, that's somehow the least scandalous crime you've heard all week. Still, it's dangerous. If people start slipping in the caldarium because they're high on herbal nap juice, it'll be your head on a stick. So you make a deal. Sabina will label her enhanced oils separately. They'll be sold under the counter, not pumped directly into the hot pools. You even agree to test some on Secundus first. He's been acting twitchy lately anyway. Back at the bathhouse, you open the newest shipment to check for sabotage and find a scroll tucked inside. It reads, in tight, practiced Latin, the next jar is a gift. The one after is a test. No name, no mark. You stare at it for a long time because someone, somewhere, is watching your moves. Not just local smugglers, not just sleepy senators, but someone playing a much deeper game. You burn the scroll, not for drama, though it does feel satisfyingly cinematic, but because quite literally, there's no safe place to keep it. You've read enough tragedy scrolls to know how the next act unfolds. When someone tucks a damning note under their pillow, it ends with a stabbing, a scandal, or both. So the ashes go into the hypercaust grate, where they vanish into the hiss of steam and soot. Secundus greets you in the atrium, bouncing slightly on his heels. I think I figured out how to make the oil go more fizzy when it hits the hot pools, he says proudly. You nod slowly. And you did this by accident? Oh, definitely. Pure accident. I think it was goat milk. You sigh. Secundus continues to be both your biggest liability and somehow the only reason this place hasn't burned down. After checking in with Julia, who is elbow deep in crushed mint paste for some new scalp exfoliation trend, you retreat into your office, a modest chamber with a lopsided fresco of Neptune and a faint, unshakable smell of vinegar. It's your favorite room, mostly because no one ever wants to join you in it. On your desk sits the amphora you've been too nervous to open, the gift mentioned in the scroll. It's a lovely thing, carved from pale ceramic, sealed with wax, and stamped with a symbol you can't place. 2 crossed branches beneath a star. You recognize neither the mark nor the design. That, in itself, is unusual. You've seen every vendor's style from here to Hispania. But this is delicate, foreign. You crack the wax. The scent hits you instantly. Not nutmeg, not mint, not even clove. This is something older, earthier. A blend of pine resin, dried citrus peel, perhaps myrrh. But there's also a faint sweetness, like burned honey. It smells like a memory, like a temple incense burner left overnight in a warm room. Sleepy, spicy, sacred. You close your eyes and inhale deeply. Suddenly, you're 8 years old again, at your grandmother's villa in Etruria. She used to boil orange peels and crushed fennel seeds on the hearth to cover the smell of sickly relatives. You never realized how comforting it was, until just now. This isn't an oil, it's a spell, and you're half tempted to pour it straight into the pools and see what happens. But caution wins. You lock the amphora in your personal storeroom, behind a shelf of crusty sandalwood bars no one touches. Then you turn to your ledger and make a note, coded for only you to understand. Amphora X. Scent equals nostalgia, potential crowd favorite. Also, mild time travel. Meanwhile, Secundus is organizing the towel closet by amount of previous use, which is as disturbing as it is vaguely efficient. You pretend not to notice. At midday, Caius returns with a single name. The crossed branches, he says, dropping a scroll onto your lap. Belongs to a merchant family in Antioch, known for religious scents. Frankincense blends, ritual soaps, that sort of thing. You frown. What are they doing sending gifts to a Roman bathhouse? That, he says, is the question. He leans forward. Do you know who owns this bathhouse? You blink. Me. I run it. He raises an eyebrow. You manage it. There's a difference. You stare at him. Who then? Caius slides another scroll toward you. It's an ownership register. You skim it and freeze. The names are familiar, but not in the way you expected. Minor patricians. A few names that came up in connection with Senator Maximus's recent poisoning scandal, and one that makes your stomach drop. Lucilla Domitia Verus, daughter of the late governor of Syria, rumored to have dabbled in alchemical studies, rich as Pluto. You whisper her name aloud, and it feels like tasting ash. Lucilla once owned a spice fleet, disappeared from public life 5 years ago. No confirmed sightings since. Why would she own this bathhouse? Your bathhouse? Caius shrugs. Maybe it's just business. Or maybe you're a pawn. Thanks, you mutter. Very relaxing. Outside, the sky is bruising into sunset. Bathers crowd the front steps, fanning themselves, chatting about chariot races and taxation scandals. You catch snippets. Someone saw a goose wearing sandals. Someone else thinks the emperor's new hairstyle is a wig. Rome as usual. But now, everything feels slanted, like you're walking through someone else's story. Later that evening, you open the second amphora, the test. It smells almost identical to the first, until you breathe deeper. There's a sharpness, something bitter under the sweetness. Not poison, no, but something unsettling, like mold hiding behind honeycomb, or a lie disguised as comfort. You quickly reseal it. Historians still argue whether these early scent blends were deliberately psychoactive or simply strong enough to confuse the senses. You're leaning toward the former, because after 5 minutes in that room, you start to forget why you went in there, and that's before anyone's bathed in it. You decide to test both oils on a controlled group, 5 regulars, elderly, mildly deaf, unlikely to sue. You offer them a premium herbal immersion and add just a few drops of Amphora X. They emerge smiling. One weeps openly and says she saw her late husband sitting in the steam. Another thinks she was briefly inside a peach. You take notes. Secundus tries it and falls asleep face down on a pumice stone. Julia refuses entirely. "If I wanted hallucinations," she says, "I'd just eat the dormouse that's been living behind the furnace." The experiment, oddly, is a success. But now you have another problem. You've made your bathhouse too relaxing. People linger longer. They wander. They leave clothing in odd places. One man tries to rent a sleeping cubicle for the week. You're not running a temple. And yet, you can't deny the results. Whatever Lucilla is playing at, through her oils, her symbols, her secrets, she's touched something real. And you, whether you like it or not, are in the middle of it. You arrive the next morning to find a goat on the roof. This is, perhaps shockingly, not the strangest thing to happen to your bathhouse. But it is the first time the goat is wearing a wreath of rosemary and seems entirely unbothered by his elevation. "I named him Pliny," Secundus explains as you gape. "He climbed up after the sandal deliveries. I think it's an omen." You don't know if it's the sign of a blessing or a nervous breakdown, but you leave Pliny where he is, for now, and step inside. The heat hits you instantly. Not just from the Hippocaust. There's a new kind of warmth now, one you can't place. People are showing up early. There's a queue of toga-clad regulars trailing down the alley, murmuring with sleepy anticipation. One woman clutches a sprig of lavender like a religious icon. Another offers a bribe for first dip in the caldarium. You've created a monster. Or perhaps a miracle. The scented oil, Amphora X, is in such demand now that you've had to invent a fake name for it on the Bathhouse chalkboard menu. Spirit of the Ancients, which, admittedly, is dramatic, but less alarming than oil that makes you smell memories. Word has spread, as it always does in Rome, on legs faster than a senator fleeing a tax collector. One whisper, "It cured my night terrors." Another, "I saw my childhood dog again." A third, more cryptic, "I met the gods in the steam room." You try to stay calm, focus on logistics. Julia's added a new face scrub to match the oil's profile, rosemary and crushed amber. Secundus is trying to ferment leftover oils with figs to make them more potent, he says, eyes suspiciously wide. You confiscate the jar before it explodes. Meanwhile, Caius returns with more news. "She's definitely alive," he says, dropping a half-burned letter on your desk. "Lucilla, living somewhere outside the city. Some say in a ruined temple." You lift the letter carefully. Its script is angular, unfamiliar. Not Greek, not Latin, something older. One line has been translated, Memory is the scent of the soul. You sit back, blinking. Outside, a man in a tunic recites poetry to the row of sandals by the atrium. Your bathhouse is becoming a pilgrimage site. Not officially, of course, but there's a change in the atmosphere. A stillness under the usual clamour. People linger in the tepidarium as if hoping to catch whispers. Others simply sit in the steam, eyes closed, hands clasped, not praying, but remembering. It's beautiful. It's terrifying. And you can't help but wonder, is this what she wanted? Because with each drop of Amphora X, people lose themselves, just a little, enough to loosen the grip on time. That evening, as you do your rounds, you find a young boy asleep by the warm tiles, curled like a cat, thumb in mouth. His father sits beside him, murmuring a lullaby you haven't heard since your own childhood. The kind your mother sang when the fever came, when the city felt like it might burn. You lean against the wall and listen. In the silence that follows, you think about the line again. Memory is the scent of the soul. Historians still argue whether the ancient Romans truly believed in scent as sacred, or if they simply had poor hygiene and light to overcompensate. But there's no denying the power in the air here now. You realize you've stopped thinking of it as the bathhouse. It's your bathhouse again, your sanctuary. Until you reach the furnace room, the amphora is missing. Not all of them, just amphora 10. The first, the purest, the original, the one that smelled like burned honey and lost summers. You search everywhere. Panic prickles under your skin like steam rising from stone. Secundus hasn't seen it. Julia swears she locked the storeroom. Caius just frowns and disappears, probably to find a bribable informant. You post a reward. Subtle, not suspicious. Still, nothing. Then, at twilight, a note appears on your desk. No wax seal, no signature, just 2 sentences. Some things aren't meant to be bottled. Come find me where the gods were forgotten. There's no need to ask who wrote it. Lucilla has invited you. To what exactly, you're not sure. An explanation, a warning, an end. The scroll curls in your hand like it's still warm from hers. You look out the window. Rome blinks with firelight, smoke, prayers. Pliny bleats from the roof. You sigh. Pack your sandals. The ruined temple is farther out than you expected. Past the olive groves, beyond even the old aqueducts where shepherds nap in the shade and bandits pretend to be philosophers. You walk most of the way. It's better than sitting in a cart with your thoughts jangling around like amphora shards. And anyway, Lucilla's note suggested solitude. So you go alone. And now here you are, standing at the edge of a crumbling shrine to Mercury. Its columns weathered like old teeth. Its altar mossy and overtaken by fig roots. You half expect the god himself to peer around a pillar and demand a toll for trespassing on forgotten ground. Instead, you smell rosemary and cinnamon and the sharp sting of copper after rain. She's already inside. You step through the collapsed archway and into a world that no longer feels Roman, more dream than ruin. A fox darts across your path, pauses, and looks at you with all the judgment of a retired librarian before vanishing into the weeds. Lucilla doesn't greet you like a friend or a ghost, just nods once, like this was inevitable. You took the amphora, you say, skipping the formalities. She raises an eyebrow. It was never yours. You try to argue, but she holds up a hand, and you realize she's not angry, just tired. She gestures to the altar. There it is, Amphora X, nestled in a bed of mint and fennel, glowing faintly in the moonlight. You don't know what it does, she says. Not really. You want to protest. You've seen it calm soldiers with night terrors, make widows smile at empty space, hush children into dreams. She sees your face and softens. I'm not saying it's evil, just it's not neutral either. You sit on a toppled column. The stone is cold through your tunic. Tell me then. So she does. She tells you about her teacher, an old priest of Janus who believed time could be smelled, not just marked. How memory isn't a thing of the mind, but of the senses. That the body carries history and scent, the way a scroll carries ink, and that certain oils, in certain ratios, unlock. Not time travel exactly, but time slippage. You don't go back, she says, but you feel what they felt, sometimes too strongly. You nod. You've seen it. One man in your bathhouse had to be helped out of the caldarium in tears, claiming he'd just buried his father for the second time. Historians still argue whether the Romans truly believed their senses could connect them with the divine, or whether it was a ritualized placebo, part belief, part bathwater. Lucilla clearly falls in the first camp. It needs balance, she says now. Boundaries, or people lose themselves. And you ask, did you? She smiles without mirth. I forgot who I was for a while. Became everyone else. There's a long silence, filled only by the chirp of cicadas and the distant flap of owl wings. Then she slides the amphora toward you. Take it back, but dilute it. Teach them to use it slowly, as memory, not escape. You pick it up. It feels warm again, like it did the day it broke. As if it's alive. I'm leaving, Lucilla says, not waiting for your reaction. There's a ship, to Alexandria. I need air that doesn't smell like the past. You don't try to stop her, not just because you couldn't if you tried, but because you understand. You both stand for a long time under the ruin's shadow. Thank you, you say finally. She touches your shoulder lightly. Keep the goat off the roof. You laugh, just once. By the time you return to the bathhouse, it's almost dawn. Rome is stretching awake, yawning in marble. Bread ovens are firing. Someone plays a lazy reed pipe across the square. Pliny greets you from the rooftop as if you've been gone 10 minutes. You climb the stairs to the storeroom, mix the new dilution yourself. 5 drops of amphora X to a whole jug of olive oil. Enough to scent the air, not bend time. Then you sit down with a cup of watered wine, hands sticky with resin, and watch the sun rise. The bathhouse is quiet, but not for long. People will come, as they always do, not for magic, but for memory. The first to arrive is an older man with a limp and a silver ring etched in Greek. He doesn't say much, just nods toward the warm pool and leaves his sandals beside a column like an offering. You notice he's humming something, a lullaby, maybe, one you think Lucilla might have mentioned once. Then comes a trio of merchant wives, wrapped in bright shawls and chattering like gulls. One stops mid-sentence, lifts her nose, and sighs. It smells like the kitchen at Saturnalia, she whispers. And just like that, they go quiet. There's no frenzy anymore, no crowd clamoring for the special oil. You've changed the label again, removed the name entirely. It now simply reads, "For remembering." You've written a small message on the wall behind the urn, scratched in neat Latin script. For the scent of stories you forgot you loved. People notice. They pause, run a finger across the inscription, then move on more slowly. It's working. The new formula doesn't transport people like the pure blend did. It doesn't trick them into thinking they're living another life, but it nudges. A moment here, a flash there. A baker reports seeing the face of her mother in the rising steam. A senator's son claims he remembered a festival from when he was 2, complete with the taste of mulled wine and the exact angle of the winter sun. One man swears he smelled the battlefield, but only the part where his brother sang to him to keep him calm. You're careful now. You store the original amphora under lock and key, hidden behind a loose stone in the furnace room wall, wrapped in linen soaked in vinegar to dull the scent. Only you know where it is. Well, you and the goat. Secundus tries to replicate the diluted formula using apricots instead of olives. It turns the oil pink and gives everyone a mild rash. He takes this as a sign of spiritual cleansing. You send him back to scrubbing tiles. Julia, on the other hand, thrives. She started mixing her own bath powders, one with crushed sage and dried figs that somehow smells exactly like your grandmother's courtyard in midsummer. You give her a second shelf in the apothecary room. She paints it blue and carves her name into the plaster. There's laughter in the halls now. Not just idle gossip, but real, shoulder-shaking joy. Your regulars have developed habits. The baker always takes the third bench in the caldarium. The grain merchant insists on 2 extra ladles of hot water in the tepidarium before sitting. The woman with the lavender sprig places it at the same corner every visit, like an offering to a god no one remembers. Historians still argue whether bathhouses were sacred spaces or simply extensions of the Roman appetite for leisure. You're no scholar, but in your bathhouse, people pray without realizing it. Not to Jupiter, not to Juno, to the past, to memory, to what it means to have been. You add a new tradition. At the end of each day, just as the sun dips behind the rooftops and the last bathers leave, you pour a single drop of amphora X into the drain by the caldarium. Just one. It hisses as it touches the tile, vanishing in a puff of scent that smells different every time. Last night it smelled like pine sap and citrus. Tonight it smells like the ocean and someone singing off key. You always inhale it, just once, eyes closed. And for a moment, you remember something. Not a specific memory, not even yours maybe, but something warm, something old. You look around your bathhouse, the cracked frescoes, the damp sandals, the goat napping on a windowsill, and you smile. This place is full now, not of people, of stories, and it feels right. A few weeks later, a stranger arrives. You notice him immediately, not because he's flashy or loud, but because he's not. He moves like he's been here before, though you're certain he hasn't. Tall, cloaked, with a faint accent you can't place. He pays the entrance fee in exact coin, nods politely, and heads straight to the cold plunge without a word. Julia watches him too. That one smells like rain, she whispers. You nod. He does, but not the sharp smell of fresh rain. More like rain on old leather, rain on a scroll case, rain on regrets. Later, in the appetitarium, he pauses by the amphora shelf. You see it before he says anything, how his gaze lingers not on the oils, but on the stone wall behind them. The one with the hidden cavity. He knows. You stiffen, reaching instinctively for your staff, not because you intend to use it, but because it makes you feel like the bathhouse still belongs to you. I'm not here to take it, he says, without turning around, only to feel it. You study him more closely now. He's older than he looks, or younger than he feels. Hard to say. He dips his fingers into the diluted amphora. just the one labeled for remembering. Rubs a drop between his palms, inhales deeply. Then he exhales, and for the first time, you notice he's trembling. "It smells like a woman I failed," he says softly. You say nothing. That scent hits everyone differently. "Was she real?" he asks, more to himself than to you. Historians still argue whether she lived or was a metaphor. "Which woman?" you ask. He gives a thin smile. "The one who warned the Senate. The one they buried in records instead of earth. You don't know the story, but you've heard dozens like it. The woman who saved a city and was erased by men who claimed they had no help. The midwife who cured a plague with sheep's milk and shame. The laundress who once whispered strategy into a general's ear. So many stories. So many almost lost." The man lingers a moment longer, then nods again and leaves without another word. That night, you leave the bathhouse late. The moon is waning, a curl of silver hanging above the forum like a question mark. You walk slowly, letting the cool air wrap around you like a borrowed cloak. And that's when you see her, Lucilla. She's not gone after all. She's standing by a fig tree, arms crossed, looking like she never left. She doesn't smile, but she doesn't scowl either. "I miss the goat," she says. "He missed you too," you reply. "He's eating better now." She nods, then gestures toward the distant Tiber. They're building a new bathhouse. Competition. Imitation. You both stand in silence for a moment. "I'm not staying," she says, "but I wanted to see if you'd ruined it yet." You laugh, just mildly. "I heard someone cried in the caldarium last week. They also got a skin rash from Secundus's apricot blend." Lucilla snorts. "Classic." You ask her if she wants to come inside. She shakes her head. "If I go in, I'll stay too long." You understand. Before she goes, she presses a small bundle into your hand. Cloth, bound with wax string. Inside, crushed myrrh, dried bay leaves, a fragment of bronze with strange etchings, and a feather. "It's for the next formula," she says, "when you're ready." You don't ask what it does. She knows you'll figure it out. And with a final nod, she's gone again. Back into history. Or maybe forward. It's hard to tell these days. You spend the next week rearranging the apothecary shelves. Not because anything is disorganized. If anything, they're more orderly than ever. But because something about Lucilla's bundle made you restless. The feather especially. You're almost certain it's from a swan, but the shape's all wrong. Too narrow. And it smells faintly of pepper and ink. Julia helps, of course. She's developed a nose for oddities. The bronze fragment ends up soaking in vinegar for 2 days before she dares touch it, then declares it haunted, probably. You both laugh, but you still wrap it in cloth before putting it back in the dark drawer. Meanwhile, the bathhouse hums along. Visitors arrive like clockwork. You've stopped trying to predict who will come for the scent and who just wants to gossip in steam. Some do both. There's an elderly vet who brings his dog, a senator's niece who composes odes on wet tiles, 2 gladiators who meet secretly at dawn to share bread and stolen honey. It's not a bathhouse anymore. It's a holding place, a gentle in-between for people not quite ready to move on, and not quite stuck either. Like the space between inhale and exhale, the space where memory lives. One evening, as you're lighting the last of the lanterns, a child slips in through the side door. No one sees her, but you do. She's barefoot, with a crooked braid and a tunic that doesn't quite fit. She pads across the mosaic floor, careful not to wake the sleeping goat, and settles near the warmest wall. You offer her a fig. She doesn't speak. She just stares at the flame inside the lantern and whispers, "This is where the light used to come." You kneel beside her. "From what?" She shrugs. "The before," she says. You don't press her. Children know things. They just don't always explain them in the order adults prefer. Instead, you ask her if she wants to help grind rosemary. Her eyes brighten. By the end of the night, her hands are green and fragrant. She leaves as quietly as she came. Julia finds a flower tucked in the sandals she left drying. "Purple crocus," she says. "Out of season." Historians still argue whether bathhouses were public luxuries or spiritual gateways. You're beginning to think they were both. Secundus presents a new blend: goat's milk, lemon peel, and what he calls dust of optimism. You don't ask. To your surprise, it smells like afternoon sun on clean linen. You label it hope in slivers. Guests start requesting it by name. In the frigidarium, someone writes a message on the wall using soot and bath water. You find it at dawn. "This place remembers for me when I can't." You don't clean it off. You let it fade on its own, slowly, like memory. Word begins to spread beyond the city. A traveler from Alexandria arrives one day with 2 letters of introduction and a small wooden flute. He says he dreamed of the scent before he ever smelled it. You nod. You've stopped being surprised. The feather Lucilla gave you ends up in a pouch tied to the goat's collar. It seems safer there. Sometimes, when no one is watching, the goat stares at the feather like it remembers something too. Your bathhouse, once plagued by a single missing amphora, now holds a dozen kinds of remembering. None quite as powerful as the original, but none as dangerous either. Just enough to make a tired mind pause. Just enough to let the world go soft around the edges. And somehow, that's enough. You sleep easier now. And when you dream, the walls of the bathhouse breathe gently around you. You're sitting on the edge of the caldarium one morning, ankles submerged in the gently steaming water, when you realize no one asks about the original scent anymore. Not out loud anyway. They feel it, sometimes in the soles of their feet, sometimes in the back of their throat, like a word they used to know, a room they once lived in. But no one tries to name it, and no one asks where it went. This, you decide, is what peace smells like. Not absence, but understanding. That week, you retire the broken amphora. It had been sitting on the high shelf for months now, its jagged lips still stained faintly with the last remnants of the scent. You never touched it, never dared scrub it clean. It just sat there like a witness. But now, you take it down. Wrap it in oilcloth. Place it in the quietest corner of the storeroom. Not hidden, but resting. You mark the shelf with a chalk spiral. Let those who need it find it. Let those who don't pass it by. Julia notices the absence. "Finally let it sleep?" she asks. You nod. She nods too, and doesn't ask more. The bathhouse keeps evolving. A poet paints lines in fish sauce above the steam arch. A baker insists on bringing warm bread weekly to bless the tiles. The goat grows old, and a new kid arrives, spotted, stubborn, with a taste for dried hibiscus. One evening, during a particularly golden sunset, you catch your reflection in the bronze wall sconce. You're older now, not terribly, just enough. Enough to notice that your hands are steadier, your breath more patient. You too have steeped in something. And when a visitor, eyes wide, asks what this place does, you smile and answer simply, "It remembers." The seasons blur. Spring baths feel like silk. Winter steams hum like lullabies. People come with their burdens and leave with their shoulders a little lower, their eyes a little lighter. One night, Julia brings out a sealed jar, small, dark, and humming faintly with that inexplicable scent memory that has no recipe. You don't ask what's in it. You just place it beside the clean linen and write a new sign. Use only when you've forgotten who you are. It empties slowly, over months, and every person who opens it cries, not from pain, but from the strange relief of being known. You wonder if Lucilla had a formula for that too, or if the bathhouse itself is the formula. In quiet moments, you think about her, about the strange scholar with rain on his skin, about the little girl who vanished without a trace, leaving crocus petals in the drain. Historians will never find records of them. No marble busts, no inked scrolls, no dedications etched in stone. But they were here. They are part of the scent now. And you? You're just the caretaker, the storyteller, the one who makes sure the soap is warm, the water gentle, the silence kind. Some nights, when the wind shifts just right, you swear you can hear the city exhale, like it too has been holding its breath, like it too needed the bathhouse, like it too remembers. You close the doors slowly, lantern flickering in your hand, and whisper, "Tomorrow we steep again." And now, you let the warmth linger. The bathhouse fades behind your closed eyes, but the memory of it remains. Soft steam curling around your shoulders, the gentle echo of water, the scent of something long forgotten rising in your chest like a half-remembered song. Your body feels heavier now, but not burdened. More like soaked linen, full of stories, slowly drying in sun-warmed air. The goat is somewhere outside, probably chewing on a sandal. Julia hums in the apothecary, and you can almost hear the gentle scrape of her mortar, the hush of dried leaves being ground into purpose. And far away, or maybe not so far at all, Lucilla walks along the riverbank, blending memories with moonlight. Your breath slows, the kind of slow that means safety, the kind that invites dreams shaped like mosaics and smells shaped like lullabies. Let the echoes of laughter, the slap of sandals on tile, the whisper of old stone walls wrap around you now. Let them cradle you, gently, like warm water after a long day. No need to remember everything. The bathhouse remembers for you. You've earned rest, you've earned stillness. And maybe, just maybe, in the quiet between now and waking, you'll return there again. Not as a visitor, but as part of it. Now, soften your thoughts like linen in steam. Loosen the threads of the day and let your mind float gently into sleep. The kind that smells like rosemary and fig leaves. The kind that holds no weight. Good night, traveler of time. You are safe here. You are remembered.